Hello, the name is Doris, Disco Doris, 009, licensed to chill. Let's try and keep myself out of the picture. A little bit of a tweak here, just a little bit. Hi Ghostly, that's way too far. You don't need to see my tea. I've got a 5 delays on the thing I'm watching. Why are you hopping around all crazy like, Pat? Okay, that's good. So I think I'm going to start with this big area over here. The area 16. Or the number for it is 16 anyway. Hi, Ghostly. Also, hi, Pat. If I didn't say hi, Pat, rather than just asking why you're hopping around all crazy like. This is a lovely creamy colour. So you can see I'm at a pretty fast stretch to do this from where I'm sitting to the left of the camera, also to the left of the canvas. How are you both anyway? I'm very well, thank you. Full of pizza. Pizza toppings were obviously tomato sauce, cheese being mozzarella obviously, and chicken, corn, pineapple, and extra fresh tomato. You're sick of being rained on, Ghostly? I don't think we've had rain today, but yeah, I mean, it's been one of the wettest years I can ever remember. So I get where you're coming from. I mean, there are always jokes about how much it rains in the UK, but actually it's not normally quite as bad as it's been this year. This year has been the absolute worst. You're crazy at the mall last night, got your ankle bruised, but it's still walkable. Oh no. You've been out for a wander with your sister after getting soaked taking Max for a walk. You booked Cade in at the vet, so he's in for a surprise. Oh no. You think the sea might be drier than the northeast right now? I think there might be more salt content going on in the northeast than in the sea right now too. Hi, Sharkiem. Oh, pretty. Thank you. This is the 4th episode of this, I think. So we're already 12 hours in, I think. And there's still a lot to go, but it is pretty intricate. I don't mind that it's intricate, but it just takes time and you need to be patient with it. Obviously, not everybody got the amount of patience that I do, so. You've got a bag of crisps. You're super salty as well. Okay. You have a paint by numbers somewhere in your room that you still need to paint. Do you enjoy it, Pat? Because obviously it's something that occasionally people get given that they're not actually all that keen on. But I actually really enjoy the nature of it. I enjoy the being able to you know, concentrate without concentrating too hard. It calms my brain bees and my brain squirrels down a bit. But talking to Fate, who has been doing one because his sister-in-law got him one. I mean, it's not quite as straightforward as sister-in-law. Both Fate and his brother are in long-term committed relationships. Neither of them has got formally married, but it's simpler to really think about them as both married couples. So, his brother's girlfriend, but sister-in-law. Bought him one and they spent an evening, him, his brother, his girlfriend, his brother's girlfriend, doing paint by numbers. And Fate didn't really take to it. He said it sort of took the creativity of painting out of it for him. But as I pointed out, I don't think I've ever known him just sort of sit down and paint either. So, you know, if he wants to do the creative painting thing, by all means do the creative painting thing, but get round to it. I will very occasionally do the creative painting thing without the paint by numbers, as people know, because you've seen me do it, I hope. But this is almost less stressful because I don't have to think about trying to get the colours just so. That thought's all been done for me. The colours have been pre-mixed. I've just got to get them on the canvas. And I do think that there's an element of creativity here, because although you've got the guidelines, you don't actually have to follow the guidelines as closely. If you have a feel for something being not quite the same. I mean, no two paint by numbers, I think, are ever going to come out exactly the same. Because putting the paint on the canvas is an individual thing. People use brushes in different ways. A bit like everybody can write, but you'll get a massive variation in people's handwriting. You can't stand paint by numbers, so you need your freedom, which is absolutely fine. Hi, Snowdrake. You haven't done one since you were a kid, but this is making you want to pick one up. I tell you what, I think the modern paint by numbers kits are nicer than the ones that I had when I was young, because the ones I had when I was young were oil paints and you had to wait for things to dry in between, and virtually no kid could ever bother waiting for the oil paints to dry, and instead ended up with a muddy mess because the paints were, you know, going one into the other. Whereas acrylics dry so much faster, you get a much better finish so much quicker. So I think modern paint by numbers kits are actually better for that specific reason. And how is Snowdrake today? Good, I hope. Recovered from me mangling French yesterday. I know you said it was passable, which I thought was very kind. You were very productive yesterday, so naturally you procrastinated today and still need to pack. Yes, you're off on holiday, aren't you? Are you going somewhere nice? I didn't ask, I don't think. I mean, if it makes you feel any better, I don't normally pack till like half hour before I leave. Well, that's not entirely true. I don't pack my clothes until that time. I'm normally a lot faster with getting the tech that I want to take with me sorted out. Oh, sorry, I'm leaning in front of the camera. My bad. I asked Epidemic Sound for a painting playlist. This is what it gave me. So it's only got 39 tracks in it, so it'll last me for a while, but I'm not sure it'll last me the whole first half. Train leaves tomorrow morning. You're going to the south of France. Oh, that sounds lovely. Bunch of piles that are ready and you have a list. Excellent. So, are you on your own, or are you meeting friends, or are you going with somebody? Or going out on your own? I'm taking Mum to the coach station tomorrow, and she's getting a coach, you know, like the posh buses, and going to Weymouth for a holiday on her own. She sort of said she's dipping her toes in with the coach company here. She did a lot of coach company holidays with my dad. This is her first solo holiday where, you know, she's going to a hotel and everything. It's the first solo holiday she's had. And I think that's correct. I think even before she was married, she didn't go on a solo holiday. So I think she's got a little bit of trepidation, but, you know, she's going to Weymouth, which is, she lived there for a while, like the town. So she knows the town well. And her brother lives on Portland, which is nearby. So she will go and see her brother. But sort of a trial run to see whether, you know, coach holidays on her own are going to become a thing. Because obviously, both the cruises, the bigger holidays that we did, she had me with her. Hi, not my newbie. Welcome, welcome. Enjoy your lurk. Your parents were like, hey, the place we booked for the second week has room for 6. You kids want to join us? So you and your sister are going by train and joining your parents. That sounds nice. So I presume other than getting there, it should be a fairly cheap vacation too, Snowdrake. So Pokey and I also have a vacation booked, but it's not till the end of September. We are planning to go to Estepona in southern Spain. Toulon. Stranglers did Goodbye Toulouse. That's me responding to Pokey, by the way. But he might be thinking of something entirely different. So I think J.J. Burnell was actually French. Your dad has a toothpick collection because keeps forgetting toothpicks and buying another 1,000. Toothpicks are one of those things that are incredibly useful for all sorts of things other than getting bits out of your teeth. I mean, I know they're also good for getting things out of your teeth, but I find a lot of uses for a toothpick. They're quite good at soft cleaning because they're wooden rather than metal. I tend to, if I need to get dirt out of crevices, you can get a good old scrape on with a toothpick and not worry that you're going to scratch whatever you're, trying to scrape the dirt out of. So what I'm saying is I could make use of your father's toothpick collection, Snowdrake, but I agree about the list. I also have a list. I don't have a list for clothes because I tend to pack as if I'm dressing. So as I get the clothes out, I'm like, get the pants out first. Get the underpants out first, and then get the bra out, and then the socks. Okay, so we've got all the base layers. Now we want swimwear, because also base layers. And then after that, we want underlayers, so t-shirts and tops. Work down to skirts, trousers, shorts. I think I'm going to move to a smaller brush. These areas of 16 are now smaller brush areas. So I'll pop the paint down and I'll wash this brush out, and then I'll swap to a smaller brush. Right, we've got the smaller brush out. You don't use the 1,000 in a year, so if you come home with 980 each year, they start to pile up. Absolutely. Although they then get to critical mass, and the critical mass is where your family ribs you so hard you can't possibly forget them anymore. I'm suggesting the toothpick collection might have got to that stage. He started a packing list, so when you moved out, you all stole part of the toothpick collection and the packing list. By stole, do you mean removed entirely, or, I mean, yes to the toothpicks, but with the list, do you not mean that you all got a copy of the packing list yourself? Or did you literally just leave Dad in it and not leave him with anything? Because very funny, but also a little bit mean. I'm just looking very closely to see whether there's any more 16 over the left-hand side. I don't... There's a little bit there. $23.12, $23.12. Looking at all the very little bits. Okay. Right, let's move across and see whether we can find any more 16s. I am going to touch up some of the detail on this one, because I can see bits of canvas coming through where I didn't quite do them properly with the big brush. That bit's a 16, okay. I think that's 16 done. So I'm going to clean that brush up. And maybe pick up 26 because I see lots of bits of 26 in the water. They're not very big bits. In most cases, there are some big bits, but I feel like it'll get much closer towards the water looking finished if I open 26 and get on with that. I haven't noticed it doing that, Snowdrake. I honestly haven't. This is a creamy, almost grey, this 26. There's quite a lot of it in the water. Sometimes the tiny bits have got very tiny numbers next to them. So that's a thing. Sometimes I'm having to look really hard to see where the number is. For instance, there's a really tiny 8 in that piece there. You had one where you had to do the numbers in order because it did that and you'd erase lower numbers in place. Oh no. I think that would have hurt my brain. Sorry, I'm very much concentrating, so I realise I haven't been chatting. Anybody got any subjects they want to talk about other than toothpicks? Although, I'd be quite interested to hear if other people also do useful things with toothpicks. I mean, obviously they're really good for stabbing small pieces of food. Like, everybody has toothpicks for, like, olives and things, I think. Now you're going to tell me I'm peculiar in having a toothpick to stab my olives with. Not that I often stab olives. Olives are one of those things that I have to be in the mood for. I like a few fresh, and then normally I'm done with olives. They're a bit too rich for me. One or two and I'm good, you know. I can't just keep scoffing olives. I like the flavour of olive oil in cooking, though. You mostly clean with them, Ginger? Hello, Ginger. You got Sushi with you? Hello, Sushi, if you're there with Ginger. Oh, for applying silicone lube and super glue. Yes, super fine point. Really, really helpful. Definitely agree with that. Actually, nail art as well. If you want to get super fine points in nail art and you haven't got the thing. Actually, toothpick wouldn't be a bad thing for some of the areas I'm doing right now on the paint by numbers. Because they're very fine. You've been lurking since I started. No sushi this weekend. Last weekend, all she wanted on TV was Lego Harry Potter, which is fine. You'll be lurking a lot more in streams the rest of the month. You're down to crunch time on clearing out the old apartment and turning in keys. Fair enough. The best of luck with getting all that done, because I know that I hate doing that sort of thing. I'll get it done, but I have to have a lot of sort of like little runs at it. I will do 15 minutes and then I'll have to stop and do something else. That might be the ADHD, of course, but I can't do it in a sustained effort. I can move between tasks, so I can sort of move between packing and cleaning, for example. Because normally if you're clearing up to go out of an apartment, you've got to pack stuff ready to move. Is there anything particular that's bringing the move on, Ginger, or is it just end of lease? Hi, Katie. You hated finding out how much stuff there was when you last moved, Snowdrake. I know, right? Oh, you're downsizing. Partner's doing most of the putting things in boxes. You're trying to figure out where to put everything since you're downsizing. You know, don't worry about it too much. I mean, I know it is stressful, so I'm also aware that I'm maybe asking for the moon on a stick. But I would say that it tends to shake itself out when you move. You discover all the things you need to find out of boxes, and then you'll find that some boxes never get unpacked. And the boxes that never get unpacked, you can safely say, you can go through it and 90% of it you will be able to get rid of at that point. So some of it might just live in boxes for a bit longer. But the other thing you can do is really, when you get to the new place, is really think about implementing. There's a really good declutterer whose name completely escapes from me. But her method is to say, where would I look for this if I needed it? And that's her whole way to organising. Where would I look for this if I needed it? So you can implement all those, well, I would look for this and I'll put it there right now. Because this is where I'd look for it if I needed it. So you can try and make as much sense to your own brain when you move into the new place. But yes, you have my deepest thoughts because, yeah, it's a stressful thing. Not the easiest at all. And I appreciate the lurks. But by all means, real life comes first. So don't feel bad about missing streams or anything if you need to get on with your packing or your moving or whatever. Hi, Grove. You're good at decluttering when you give you a dumpster. You do want to be careful with decluttering. You don't want to declutter stuff that you might actually need. So you don't want to have to rebuy anything because that's just wasteful. So be careful around that. Indeed, I did move the postage stamps to the place I first looked when I eventually found them this week. I mean, it didn't take me too long to locate the postage stamps, but I did move them. And as I moved them, I told Pokey exactly where I was moving them to. So 2 brains being better than 1 on trying to locate things. One hopes. Not guaranteeing it, but one hopes. 4, 3, 4. There's a bit there. Tina! Katie's been drawing for what feels like weeks now. Coffee pots are a thing. He keeps deciding to throw out the coffee pot because he's not going to drink coffee again and then starting again. Yeah, always keep one coffee pot. I mean, if only for visitors, you know? You've got a nice app on your tablet that makes drawing very fun. Yes, both your parents drink coffee, so you need it at least for them. Yes. I find that that's the difference between men and women decluttering. And this is not meant as it applies to every single man and every single woman. But women are bad at decluttering because we tend to think of, I might need this for this situation. And men are bad because they don't think about what situation they might need it for, and then everything goes out the window and they throw out half the stuff that you then need to repurchase. Now, there are some women that fall into the men camp and there are some men that fall into the women camp. But generally, the gender split goes like that. And all bets are off if you bring hobbies into it. Because women will hoard yarn and fabric and embroidery silks and anything else that they have for hobbies, and so will men. You know, men that are into model railways. The model railway just takes over the house. When my uncle moved to his most recent house, his wife was like, you can have the entire attic for the model railway, but it can't come anywhere near the rest of the house. I'm calling you out for your garage. Doris calling out the yarn behind you, Katie. Yes, Ginger, your partner is the throw it all out guy, and he regrets it after he's been tempering it this time. Yes. You'd never take in a railway man, Dina. Or when the man is into HEMA and has swords and practice swords and such everywhere. Absolutely. Ghostly's hiding her craft supplies. Hi, Akuma, quietly closing the door to the otter craft room. Yeah, when hobbies come into it, all bets are out the window. Everybody's as bad as each other about hoarding things. And everybody's got a different defense about why they're hoarding their craft stuff. So as everybody knows, I've got yarn and I've got paints and painting supplies and embroidery supplies and yarn and fabric, but Pokey has little diodes and wires and soldering irons and LED strips and anything you can use for making smart homes. Pokey's got those all around the place. Your way of throwing it out is to put it in boxes. If you haven't gone back and pulled it out in a year, it really goes. You see, that's what I was saying, Snowdrake. I think that's something that often happens when you move domiciles. I think that's a real time that people learn to get the stuff You know, if it hasn't come out of the box because you needed it, then you don't need it. My problem is I'm ADHD, so everything goes in boxes anyway, regardless of whether I need it or not, and I just don't know which box it's ending up in. So nobody feel particularly called out, because I'm calling myself out as much as anybody else. I'm just speaking a universal truth, that's all. That's what label makers are for. That's why there's a label maker on my Amazon wish list, Dina. If you go and look, there is a label maker on my list. But exciting news. I finally decided that I'm not going to get round to decorating my bedroom. But I have located a decorator who's prepared to come and do the decorating at my house. He's, I was like, when do you have availability? And he was like, I'm supposed to start a big job, but actually, I'll see whether I can put them off for a few days and squeeze you in first. So I'm waiting for a text back from him to see whether he's managed to rearrange. If he hasn't, I'm not going to worry about it too much, because we're managing without at the moment, but it will be so exciting to get our bedroom back. Which reminds me, when I do get the bedroom back, I have taken some videos of the progress of getting the cabinets in. I will probably take some progress pictures of getting the decorating done. Would people be fully interested in putting it all back together again video on YouTube? Sort of including organising and putting all the clothes and stuff back in the cupboards. Hi, Curls. The link is in the panels underneath. Don't worry too much about most of what's in the wish list. Most of the things in the wish list are there to remind me that I want them. But I don't buy them immediately. One because we've got Prime Day coming up, I think, next week. But also when people ask me what I want, I was like, I don't remember. Here's my Amazon wish list. I want the fancy one. Probably. I think what I was being concerned about when I put it on the list was whether it would do the clear labels. Like the writing goes on a clear, transparent piece of tape. I'm looking for the little bits of 26. I think that one's one. So I'm about to swap brushes again. So I want to do all the bits that need a small brush. You wanted the old black stencil labels because you like the look of them, which is also good. Prime Day, you'll be ordering underbed storage for all of Grove's work gear so you can have your closet back. Underbed storage is really, really good. It's a really great place to give you extra space. I mean, I'm looking forward to getting my bedroom back because you won't believe how much stuff I had stored in the bedroom to start with that is causing issues now it's in the rest of the house. I was shocked anyway. Also, oh my God, the jellyfish hat. I mean, there are some good hats on there. I'm quite surprised that nobody else has looked at the Amazon wish list for a while, because I feel like some of the hats would have arrived by now. The one with the raised text. Yeah, I'm not so keen on those. I mean, everybody's entitled to their own likes and dislikes, so I'm not saying that you shouldn't have it. All power to you if you like them, but yeah, I don't like those. I like the sort of much more sleek, minimal. It's got writing on it, but it's an unobtrusive label. If you like the retro stencil look, great for you. But everybody has their own idea about what they like with their own decor, you know? I'm sure that some of the things that I enjoy, other people would hate. Okay, I'm finding bits of 16 that I missed. Whoops. But I'm looking for 26, not 16. Yeah, 26. Okay, I'm not seeing much. I'm going to clean my brush off in there. And then I'm going to clean this brush out properly. And swap brushes back again. For the larger areas of 26. Do you know how well it works for you to buy something in the US and have it work for you? So the way I do this, Katie, the other way round, is I buy off Amazon.com to gift to friends in the US. Amazon doesn't seem to be at all fussed about doing that sort of thing. So I would say round the other way, make sure you're on Amazon.co.uk to purchase something that you want to send to me. I think my links are for Amazon.co.uk. You like the raised text look and it fits with how you decorate? Excellent. So my link is .co.uk. I don't think there have ever been issues. So Fate buys me things from Amazon.co.uk and they've all got here absolutely fine. This was not a buy me things thing. I was just telling Dina that I know about labels because I put them on my wish list. This is not buy me things. That was not the intention. Nobody feel obligated to buy me things. Thank you very much. Anything that is bought for me, I will endeavour to open on stream, by the way. As I have done in the past. You know, but you're someone you would buy things for, so you wanted to check first. I mean, I think that's fair across all borders. If, you know, if you're buying for somebody in another country, if you can find the same thing on their country's Amazon website, it's normally simpler to go to that country's website. I mean, I find it more difficult if it's like .de or something, because I've got to work out exactly what I'm looking for in German words. And I don't always get those correct. I speak a little bit of German, but my grammar is terrible. I speak enough European languages generally that I would never be worried about getting lost or something in the country. I'd always know how to, you know, ask for directions or be able to order food or be able to make myself understood in a hotel. I'm not fluent in any of them, but in most cases I could make myself understood enough. I mean, it's a little bit telling that, you know, mostly we don't have to, because most people will speak English to us, but I do try not to. It's one thing you envy, being able to learn a language and be relatively close to a place where it's spoken natively for immersion. You'd think, wouldn't you? But you don't tend to spend a long time in those places, and it disappears through time. I learnt a lot of my languages at school. I say a lot of my languages, that's not entirely true. I learned French, German and Latin at school. Those were the languages I was taught. But with those foundations, it's surprising how much vocabulary, not the grammar, but the vocabulary you can, and with English as a native language, how much vocabulary you can link from one thing to another. So you can have a lot of words at your disposal, because it's actually quite easy to remember words across different languages if you know sort of the backgrounds. Later on, I taught myself a little bit of classical Greek, so I understand a bit of classical Greek as well. That was partly due to working in biology. Classical Greek is used for quite a lot of descriptive terms and species names and things. But yeah, you know, there's a lot to be said for, you know, obviously modern Italian has very much come from classical Latin. Likewise, modern Greek. It's not the same. Modern Italian is no more similar to Latin than modern English is to Old English. Like Saxon era English. You wouldn't necessarily understand immediate Saxon level English, but there are a lot of words which have similarities. You can only order 2 beers in Spanish. But yeah, Dina's absolutely right. Using them is absolutely crucial. And you don't tend to spend long enough in countries nearby. Like, you might go to Spain for a week. That's not long enough for immersion. Immersion, you really need a few months at a time to learn properly. And most of us don't have the even though we have much more generous vacation than the US, we don't have time to go and spend many months away in that country. So I've got a good amount of vocabulary. I've got virtually no grammar, and I've got absolutely no confidence because no grammar. Grammar's not terribly important in English. I mean, we do have grammar, but I don't know whether it's because everybody else is generous enough to speak English to us, or just that English is quite easy to understand, even if all the right words are in the wrong order. I mean, sometimes that has entertaining consequences, but most of the time you will be understood even if you got it round the wrong way or got the wrong word. Or you live in Belgium and are forced to use it on a daily basis. That's because you have two languages anyway, Snowdrake, and you choose to work in a third. Flashback to you trying to ring Sherlock Holmes when you were not as fluent in English as you are now. You put the book away because you could read normal books fine, but older English was not a thing your brain could handle. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. But even then, I think you can often make yourself understood. For example, I think there was it yesterday, day before, something? I don't remember exactly what the sentence was, but you used the word loose instead of lose. And knew immediately that you were trying to use the word lose, even though you'd use the word loose. And English is very much like that. Whereas I found in other languages, if I get something slightly wrong, I just get blank looks. People have no idea what I'm trying to say. And I don't think it's because people were being rude or anything like that. I think it is literally that some other languages, they're much more rigid. They're not like English, which we play with on a regular basis anyway. English is a very playful language, which is why you end up with words like yeet coming into being. British English, we love a good swear, and we can make anything sound like a curse word. You're a bit of a conspiracy theorist in that you think that they keep you under-travelled so you don't realise how much better other places are and rebel. I'm not all that out of step with that conspiracy, Ginger. German can also make anything sound like you're cursing. But we can say things like, oh, she's a right picnic basket. And there is nothing wrong with picnic basket, but you understand that we are being rude about that person. A good example, actually, is Bluey. So the children's program, Bluey. The dog in that, the dad swears. But when he swears, he says, oh, biscuits. There's nothing wrong with the word biscuits, which is why it can be used on a kid's show. But we all know that he's upset and frustrated. And that "oh biscuits" is definitely cursing, as it were. So we have a real talent for making very ordinary words. You love Bluey, Ginger? Everybody loves Bluey that's seen it. Like calling people unfrosted Pop-Tarts. The fact that English just keeps all its words separate is a big plus. Dutch and German both do the running words together thing. And it's very confusing, yes. Agreed. Until you learn to try and start separating out the component bits of it. I think I once read that the Dutch are some of the greatest linguists in the world because they never expect anybody to be able to speak Dutch, so they just learn everybody else's languages. And I think it's a bit like English. I think it's a bit of a hodgepodge of other languages as well. I don't know anybody that's watched Bluey that dislikes it, honestly. Bum shuffle. Your daughter started doing that across the floor after that episode. Baby race was all for mums. Definitely. There's a lot of good parenting advice in Bluey. Bluey is very much, I mean, there are various episodes that deal with the stresses that parents have. I mean, I remember the episode that's all about, what's a younger daughter called? Her getting the night terrors and not being able to sleep, and, you know, the stress it puts on the parents because she can't sleep, she's keeping everybody up. Bingo. Yeah, because Bingo can't sleep. She's keeping the whole house up. They're just not enough Dutch speakers, so nothing gets dubbed and you expect to need other languages. Yes, definitely. Every time you watch Baby Race, you cry. You can't help it. That You're Doing Great gets you every single time. I mean, and that's such a valuable episode for any parent, I think. The whole message of they'll do it when they're ready. And it's not a race, and, you know, kids develop at very different stages and ages. You know, I think I've told this story before, but my brother was very late walking because he learned to talk very early. And he talked very early because he could order me around and I would do anything for him. So Mum said it became very much easier to parent when she had two of us, because counterintuitively, my little brother kept me busy and not where I could be getting into mischief. You know, nowadays, now that we know about the ADHD, it explains so much. But, you know, Mum was really hard pressed to keep up with me when I was little. But once my brother came along, I was definitely interested in having a little brother and treated him very much like a pet. Dragged him around with me, carried him around, all that sort of thing. But he learned to talk quite fluently by the time he was, I think, about 15 months old, which is very, very early. But as I said, he didn't walk until he was nearly 2.5, because he just asked me to go and get things for him, and I would. So, you know, he was very lazy about the walking. He could get around if he wanted to. He could crawl, but he didn't really want to. You just wish you'd had that episode when Sushi was a newborn. You had so much anxiety and so isolated you didn't get to enjoy the newborn stage. You spent it all worrying. Honestly, I think that's a pretty universal experience as well. I think with any firstborn, parents spend a lot of time worrying. And then they've relaxed by the time the second arrives. So the second is never as hovered over as the firstborn. But yeah, I know what you mean. Bluey is a charming, charming program, but the whole biscuits thing really introduces... You understand the frustration and the annoyance behind the word biscuits. But, you know, there is nothing that anybody could object to. Can I imagine a news story on the UK radio about the Italian elections where they just play the Italian interview and then summarise in English? Actually, they do that sort of thing here, Snowdrake. It's more common than you might think. However, it is not a daily occurrence, as you say. I think it's more sports interviews often. You often hear whoever talking in their own language, and then it's summarised in English afterwards. Pokey's hovering to see whether I want another tea. I do. So bear with me a moment. So, thank you for sharing, Ginger. I'm so sorry you went through that, because that is, you know, everybody's worst nightmare. Every parent's worst nightmare. But I would say that this channel, we do talk about serious things. And I don't generally regard it as trauma dumping for people to talk frankly about negative experiences. And, you know, don't worry about prefacing. If I think things are getting out of hand or off track, I will say so. I've definitely said in the past, I think, you know, conversations moving away from kindness or whatever. I've definitely said that sort of thing. So, yeah, never worry about it. Because I mean, I'm a great believer that, you know, talk about the hard things, don't cover them up, because sharing what can happen, what does happen. We try to share the positive as well. Not just, you know, the negative, but we should be much more frank about, you know, the entirety of life happens. And that includes bad as well as good. It's also all about the incentive for the child. When you move for your dad's job, your parents told you that the sister got a big bed because she didn't need a diaper anymore. Guess who didn't need diapers 2 weeks later? Absolutely, Snowdrake. Yeah, I was very lucky. I have been through divorce, but ours was really very amicable. We'd grown apart. We had some issues between us, but we didn't even have any lawyers in my divorce. I did all the legal bit. And we split everything very fairly. The most trauma came when we had to split up the book collection between the two of us. We ended up doing it on genre. So, like, I got the fantasy and my ex-husband got the sci-fi, for example. Because we couldn't think of particularly fair ways to do it. He got all the thrillers. I got all the biographies. We had very similar book tastes, by the way, so... You didn't see it coming? Yeah. Well, sometimes moves like that are not about you as your competence. They're about having power and wanting to hurt you. It's a bit like certain types of assault are not about the act, but about power tripping. I'm being quite careful about how I'm saying that because I think you know what I'm alluding to, but I don't want to fall foul of terms of service, you know. Also, it's a very triggering subject, so... And a lot of things happened in the pandemic which would possibly not have happened so easily in non-pandemic times. Oh, I'm out of focus. Why have you done that, camera? One moment. I'm going to turn the camera off and on again. Thanks for letting me know, Snowdrake. Right, good enough, I think. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Sorry, the autofocus decided it wasn't going to autofocus. Yeah, people can be very cruel, very vindictive, and it saddens me. The irony is they are the same people that would, you know, shush you if you made a joke about, you know, slightly dark joke. I can't remember what I was saying to Mum the other day, but it was something I absolutely didn't mean. Oh, I remember what I said. Well, I'm not going to move until after you've gone, because honestly, want to have the money from your will to put down as the deposit on the new house. And I was joking in the sense of I have no wish for my mum to, you know, depart this earth early on. So I made a joke about her being dead before I move. And I know that there are people who will act a lot less kindly than I would, who would absolutely not make those jokes and try to make I was a bad person for making those jokes. But the point is, I can make those jokes because my mum absolutely knows I don't mean them. Because actions are the things that actually count. And whenever my mum needs me, I've been there for her. It's why I have a deep suspicion about people who talk about love a lot of the time and then don't act in a loving way. Hi, Kate. I can't see you. You're John Cena. You know, a lot of the problems come from your grandmother controlling your father. Yeah. But yes, I am very much one that I will judge on what I see action-wise rather than what comes out of somebody's mouth. I mean, don't get me wrong, I will pay attention to what's coming out of somebody's mouth, particularly if it's at odds with my worldview. But being at odds with my worldview does not necessarily mean that I will, you know, lose respect or anything like that. I have plenty of friends whose worldviews I absolutely don't agree with, but they've come to those conclusions for themselves, and I'm not about doing anything other than respecting it, providing it does not adversely impact on others. So when the whole Brexit debate was going on, I was a passionate Remainer, but I've still got friends who wanted to leave because they'd come to the conclusions from a different place. And it hadn't been that they hadn't thought it through. They just had different priorities to me. I mean, I think most of them are regretting it now, but I was never dismissive of their viewpoints or anything like that. And again, this is one of those actions speak louder than words. They were still being considered. They were still nice people that cared about other people. Maybe different economic viewpoints to me, but that is, you know, the world is full of us having differences. There's nothing wrong with having differences. And I think that's where some things have gone badly wrong already. That we are being pushed by outside forces to think that there are reasons to just because you have a disagreement in this area does not mean you... They just want us to be more polarized. You know what somebody was saying about being of the conspiracy theory that, you know, they stop you from traveling so you don't find anything out is better and rebelling. The exact same thing is happening with like politics and whatever. It's, you know, keep people really divided and at each other's throats so we don't see what the elites are doing and getting away with. You know, has anybody ever seen the Rupert Murdoch? The cartoon of Rupert Murdoch, and he's got a big plate of cookies in front of him, and opposite him is a white worker, and he has maybe 3 or 4 cookies on his plate, and Murdoch is saying, and there's a third person, and the third person looks like a poor third world individual, and Murdoch with this huge plate of cookies in front of him, he's saying to the worker, watch out, he wants your cookies. Absolutely, Dina. The lamb tahini was a bit mild, not bad though. I would probably have added... what spices did you put in it, Cade? So lamb tahini should have a good amount of cinnamon, a bit of cumin. Cumin's very popular, and probably coriander, and ground coriander rather than fresh coriander, and cardamom. Just the lamb and the tin. Yeah, maybe some spices. Add a little bit of the spices to it. That's your logic and dignity, is it, Dina? There's no point in arguing with your very wrong opinion. Absolutely, I can disagree with somebody and not start a political party with them and still have fun at a barbecue with them. That's a definite thing. Trim the fat of the lamb and have some apricot next time. Sorry, I was grabbing my tea. The pokey couldn't put it round the corner where I've squirreled it, so he had to leave it on the other side of the canvas for me. Right, I want to do something that I haven't got too much to do. You know what? I'm going to go back to 16 and fill in the bits that I missed last time, because I found a whole load of more bits of 16. So and then after I've done that, I am probably going to go and take my break. You just had to fill out stupidly long customs paperwork for sending stuff to England. You want to punch whoever thought Brexit was a great idea. I mean, one of the reasons that people made decisions about Brexit was because of the number of lies that were told. This is probably not of interest to anybody outside of the UK, but I think I'll try and give people a sort of a reasoning for the people that, as I said, the people that I respected that went for Brexit, because many of them were under the misapprehension because it was a promise written large by the politicians that were talking about Brexit. There was a very big lie that the money that we sent to the EU would be used for a national health service. That was a huge lie, really huge lie. That is not the amount that, you know, we weren't going to save money. Also, it was never really understood how the EU finances work. And the EU is a bit like taxation across Europe. Each country paid in, and then the poorest areas of Europe could receive grants to help them to improve themselves. So, for example, in the UK, the Southwest, Devon and Cornwall, used to receive a lot of EU money to help them develop. Some of the agricultural areas used to receive quite a lot of money. So that was a misunderstanding about how the economics of the EU worked. Because I think if it had been put in those terms that, yes, we all pay in so that we can have social programs across Europe, I think a lot of people would have been fine about that, because actually a lot of British people are pretty good about, yes, we want to put money into a pot as long as it goes to sensible things. The problem with that in the EU was sometimes projects which were funded were not well policed, shall we say. So one of the things that upset and that allowed a pigeon, you know, allowed a toehold of that sort of thing to get thing, is that there was some financial mismanagement of some of the grants by other countries. Greece is one that actually sort of springs to mind. And people do get upset, not about grants for people that need it, but the mismanagement of grants once they're given. Another thing that was a misunderstanding often was how the European Parliament works in terms of lawmaking across the EU. So the EU does something called directives. The way that directives come into being is that the European Parliament, who is an elected body, and England used to elect people to the European Parliament as well, will come up with something that they want addressing. We'll say environment because I know a lot about the environment side of things. This would then be passed over to the EU policy people, who are effectively like the EU civil service. Experts in their areas, to come up with the wording for the law that wanted, the directive that needed to go into being. And you would have representatives, expert representatives from all the EU countries put together and told to come up with, you know, the wording of the directive, and there'd be lots of debates. This is similar to the executive branch in the US. You know, agencies like the Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA, would be the ones that would come up with the actual wording of the legalities. you know, you'd get an overarching law put into place, and then everybody argues about how to actually implement it later. But the EU works slightly differently in that, you know, you then have to come up with words for the directive, and the directive were to put in place what the lawmakers at the Parliament had decided needed to happen. So you'd get all the experts come together, they'd work out definitions of things, and then they'd put the directive out. And then once the directive was put out, every individual member state went away, and their own parliaments then drafted the laws to meet the aspirations of the initial law. So it might be to protect the environment, that everybody has to bring in laws that protect the environment in their own state. That was purely domestic law. And I can tell you for nothing that a lot of the environmental law was introduced and pushed through and sponsored by the British, because I know what happened. You know, I'm talking directly about laws that I know about. And we had no problem in implementing that in our local place, because actually we came up with most of it in the first place. But if anything is remotely unpopular, it's exactly as Snowdrake says. The politicians would say, "Oh, our hands are tied. The EU is making us do this." It's like, hang on, that was your idea. But the way that it's portrayed by the press and people who were pro-Brexit was, you're having laws forced upon you by an unelected body of the EU, because they rely on people not understanding how the EU works. And the problem is, even as somebody who did know how the EU worked, people don't listen to you. They seem to think that, you know, because it's been written in the newspaper, they must know what they're talking about. People have a problem with understanding that there are agendas happening. That there are some people that are trying to hoodwink you. Sad, but true. Hi, Dis. You're audio only, but hi. Okay, I mean, it doesn't really matter because it's audio only for most people. I'm just painting my paint by numbers, so... So a lot of people who I like came to different conclusions than me because they preferred to believe what they read rather than stuff that I was trying to tell them. Which, you know, I can't get upset about that, because I understand the impulse to think that, you know, it's a newspaper, why would they lie? It's a politician. I mean, we all know that politicians lie, but... But you think that they'd stay within some range of decency that, honestly, the politicians involved in Brexit never did. They didn't lie in the sense of withholding the truth or spinning it in a particular direction. The politicians that wanted Brexit barefaced lied. It wasn't a little bit, it was a lot. Yeah, spinning the truth to fit their own game is one thing, Pat. But it was sort of like, these were absolute lies, and there was a lot at stake for a lot of the people that were in power that really backed Brexit, because this is my reading of it, but I stand by this reading of it. The EU was trying to bring in a law to force very wealthy people to be taxed fairly. It was all about having to actually disclose where your wealth holdings were, and, you know, you couldn't live in one country and have all your tax affairs in another. They were bringing forward legislation to deal with it. And a lot of the people who were for Brexit in this country were people that were going to financially lose out massively to this. Some of them were politicians, some of them were media owners. But they could see the writing on the wall for them shielding their tax affairs. So, Wizard Wheeze, let's lie to a population and just turn them against it, so it won't have to apply to us in the future. I did hear all of that, Snowdrake. I know they still haven't got it through, Dina, because obviously the people with that amount of money have a lot of power, and they are fighting it tooth and nail. So it was on a different level, the amount of untruths that were flying about. And as I said, I can't blame people that came to different conclusions to myself, partly because they didn't understand how the EU worked, which, you know, the information's out there, but you've got to actively seek it out, and most people don't have the time or the inclination to actively seek information out. The EU is actually very transparent. There's an awful lot online that you can find out. Virtually every EU debate, every directive has its own web pages that give a lot of information, and actually as a citizen you can make representations through the websites on a whole range of different matters to do with EU legislation. They're very big on stakeholder consultation, and as a result anybody can chime in if they really want to. But the upside of that whole Supreme Court deciding that only law counts as written by Congress and not the details hammered out in the executive branch, and giving the president cannot be prosecuted thing. Did you see that AOC has put moves to impeach Clarence Thomas and Samuel Alito? I mean, they basically made bribery legal too. As long as you receive it after whatever happens as a thank you, it's no longer bribery. Anyway, I am going to go take my break now. So do the things. Grab yourself a snack. Grab yourself a drink. Medicine if you need to medicate. Water if you need to hydrate. Think about moving your body, changing your focal length, being the best you can be. As usual, there will be Pixel Maze to play whilst I am AFK. You have reached the Disco Doris channel, home of incompetent gameplay and handicrafts. Is important to us. Please hold. Operators are busy right now. We will get to you as soon as possible. Just a moment, please. We will be there with you shortly. We are your leading source of incompetent gameplay and handicrafts. Please hold until this content resumes. Thank you for holding. Your patience is appreciated, and we will be with you shortly. You have reached the Disco Doris channel, home of incompetent gameplay and handicrafts. system is important to us. Please hold. Operators are busy right now. We will get to you as soon as possible. Just a moment, please. We will be there with you shortly. We are your leading source of incompetent gameplay and handicrafts. Please hold until this content resumes. Thank you for holding. Your patience is appreciated, and we will be with you shortly. You have reached the Disco Doris channel, home of incompetent gameplay and handicrafts. And I'm back. Thank you for the welcomes back. Well done, Maybe. I didn't even know Maybe was here. Hello, Maybe. Well done, Cade. Well done, Ginger. Well done, Pokey. Thank you for the welcomes back. Right. What colour to commence with next? I think I'm going to use 18, which is a lovely rich amber colour. I say amber, it's more sort of flesh coloured actually. I mean, going back to politics for a moment, apologies to those of you that don't like politics all that much, but I'm absolutely fascinated by it. I am encouraged by the recent elections in the UK and and France, which are pushing back against the shift to the right that appeared to be happening in so many places. It won't be perfect. Politics is never perfect. But I do have hopes that there's going to be more governing for people rather than for corporations in the near future in those places. It's not going to be perfect, as I said. Nothing is ever perfect. As a German, you wish you still had hope when it comes to the right-wing factions. Well, you can never tell, Dina. You know, the right-wing in France thought they'd got everything absolutely sewn up. And the polls said that the right wing had got everything sewn up, and people worked together to make it not be a thing. But I totally understand the worry. Totally understand it. I mean, and that worry is still very present in the US. Especially with the situation of Biden making some fairly extraordinary gaffes. I think ironic rather than comical, Dina, but I know what you mean. Welcome back, maybe. And yes, you did win the Pixel Maze, maybe. So well done for that. Oh, has the music stopped? One moment. Sorry, I will try and sort that out. It has stopped. Why have you stopped? Why have you stopped music? I don't understand. I'll put the same playlist back on again. I hope you don't mind it repeating once through the stream. You made a grave error and failed to cover your beanie weenies when you nuked them. Baked beans with cut up hot dogs in them. They're very spicy. It came to my notice that the British and the Americans use spicy in a different way, because we won't necessarily mean pepper and chili in the UK when we say spicy. We might just mean it's full of spices. So I could refer to a cake as spicy because it's got plenty of nutmeg and cinnamon in it. And that would be really strange usage to anybody of the US persuasion who would automatically think it must mean that it's hot with spices. Whereas we might mean that it's just fragrant with spices. Because obviously cinnamon, nutmeg, they are spices. Spicy in both senses. Oh, absolutely, things can be spicy in both senses. Because this discussion was being had on, I think, a recipe video. And there was an argument about whether it was spicy or not. And some of the Americans were saying just because, you know, the British can't stand spices, you know, you've got such a bland palate. And we have got very different palates. We don't like as much pepper in our food as Americans do generally. But somebody brought up curry and were like, you know, please don't tell the British that they can't handle spicy food, because you don't know the curries that they imbibe for fun on a regular basis. Because, yeah, some of that stuff is pretty much face melting. So, you know, just because we use the word spicy differently does not necessarily mean we, you know, we like bland food. I mean, I do, because obviously I have the intolerance to peppers. And yes, I can't eat face melting curries at all. But I do love stuff that's spicy with things like ginger instead. Fate shared a recipe from Joshua Weissman with me, which was like best carnita tacos. I can't say tacos properly. You know what I mean. I'm going to call them tacos because I'm British and, you know, we mangle such pronunciations. KFC is spicy. It's their strap line. KFC is spicy without the heat. Absolutely. Because they have many spices in their topping. And I was saying that I couldn't deal with the jalapenos in it, which I can't because intolerant. And that if I were making it and if I were, you know, doctoring it, I can't eat fresh coriander either, what the Americans would call cilantro. I've got the, it tastes like soap gene. So I said if I was making it, I would probably alter it and I would sub in grated ginger for the jalapeno to give it some warmth. Not overdo the ginger, it doesn't need to taste just of ginger, but to give it that warmth, I would do ginger. And I would probably sub out the cilantro for parsley, which is a different flavour, but it's quite a complementary flavour to cilantro. I think they're actually in the same botanical family, which doesn't necessarily mean anything, but, you know, I think they're similar enough that it probably wouldn't be too bad. If you wanted to eat soap, you do that. Nobody needs coriander. I'm okay with ground coriander seed, which the Americans still call coriander. It's only the leaf that we alter in how we use words. Mace is the proof that anything can be a spice if you grind it small enough. Do you know what mace actually is, Pokey? Hint, it's not ground up weapons. You ate soap once when you were a kid. You didn't swear again till you were out of my mother's house. Now you curse like a sailor half the time. The leftovers from nutmeg. It's not the leftovers from nutmeg. It's the skin of the nutmeg. So it's the outer skin of a nutmeg. It's not leftovers at all. So the interior is grated is called nutmeg, but the skin of the nutmeg grated is called mace. Also a mild hallucinogen. Not that most of us ever have anywhere near enough of it to experience that, but I wonder how many people actually know that mace is a mild hallucinogen. Which reminds me, I was slightly entertained, only slightly, by Americans being outraged that their bagel toppings were being confiscated at the South Korean border because they contain poppy seeds. And as far as the Koreans are concerned, poppy seeds are also drugs. It seemed to fit with what I was just saying about mace. Of course, you will fail an opiate test if you've eaten too many poppy seeds, like on a poppy seed roll or something. The bit that should be thrown away, like banana peel or coconut husk. Well, you know, if we can get any type of buzz from it, we're going to play with it, Pokey. I mean, let's be honest about this. The reason that peppers are so spicy is because they're producing a biocide that is supposed to discourage things from eating it. My body's the sensible one that said, like, the plant doesn't want me to eat this, I'm not going to eat this. All of you with your spicy food are like, yes, we don't care that the plant doesn't want to be eaten. Get that in our faces. It's fun. Who cares that the plant is trying to murder us? You don't like poppy seed stuff, so you wouldn't have a problem with it being confiscated. Dangerous food, bring it. You don't need taste buds. You see, that's the spirit. Whereas my body is, no! Respect the peppers. Your body bulks at seafood. Like dolphins playing with pufferfish. Actually, how many people know about dolphins playing with pufferfish? Obviously, Pokey and I do, because we watched a David Attenborough thing all about it. So, people know about fugu, right? So, pufferfish has a big toxin in it. And, you know, the Japanese eat it. It's the most dangerous form of sushi because of the toxins, neurotoxins that are in it. But enough of the neurotoxin remains in the even the properly prepared stuff to give you a buzz. It's all about dosage, right? So dolphins play a similar game. Because dolphins are bastards, the same as humans are. And pods of bachelor dolphins harass pufferfish. They like play catch with it so that it releases enough neurotoxin that the dolphins can get a bit of a buzz off it. And they literally grab the poor pufferfish, they pass it around between themselves. Dolphins are crazy and you love them. The stoners of the marine world. Yeah, I mean, dolphins have some very questionable behaviours. But they're also fun and goofy and probably very intelligent. They have very big brains. Part of the big brain, though, is doing all of the processing required for echolocation. Because obviously they use clicks and stuff to navigate round the sea. And to communicate with each other. So a great deal of their brain is wired for communication. Did you know that virtually all dolphins have names? They have a series of clicks and whistles that is a personal identifier, and they do exchange that information with new dolphins that they come across. So they do go through the, hi, my name is, except it's all clicks and whistles. The graduation exercise for a fugu chef is to eat your own meal, of course. There's also non-toxic fugu because the pufferfish only gets the toxin from bacteria they ate. But us humans have decided it's not the same, so we only eat the toxic ones. Poor pufferfish. Just trying to look out for themselves. The humans and the dolphins are just like, you're a plaything to us. I need to wet my brush slightly. It's getting a bit sticky. There we go. Faye and I were also having a conversation about which words that differ make each other's brains go, ew, I don't like that. So it came about because Fate said something about Legos. And I was like, to my brain, Lego is a mass noun. So it would be as bad as if you said, oh, look, there's a herd of deers. And he countered and said maths does the same for him. Math is the right word. Breeding them so they aren't toxic is for amateurs. The word amateur is exactly the same in Dutch as in English, which made you doubt and Google it. Let's just say that the new image preview in normal search was blurred. Interesting. A herd of deers is your passel of grandkids. I was comparing my datas with him. Oh, datas is a thing. So data is a plural word. Datum is the single. So a single point of data is a datum. But yeah, data is the plural. So I always wince when I see our data is, because your data are. Your data are plural. Datas would make you cringe, maybe. Especially if your data comes from rolling some dices. Ah! One die, two dice. But do you have any words which you hear differently in British English to American English? So both ways, you're English and you hear an American, or you're American and you hear an English person, and you're like, no, my brain says that's wrong. Even though neither are incorrect, they're just differences in how the language is applied in the different dialects. Because it's my firm belief that American English and British English are different dialects from each other. You don't think I'm going to convince enough people about the data R thing? I will always write data R, Snowdrake. referring to companies as it versus they. Yes, especially since a company by definition has to have more than one entity within it. Squirrel pokey. Oh, squirrel versus squirrel. Yeah, squirrel has definitely two syllables when you say it in British English. Squirrel ends up with one syllable in many American accents. Becomes a squirrel. Schedule is one for you. Do you prefer the soft sh or the hard sk? Snowdrake? So schedule is the British English, schedule is the American English. Although I have to say you hear it pronounced both ways here these days. Vitamins or vitamins? Yeah, there's some interesting ones like that. It's like we say vitamin, but we do say vitality. So, you know, you could definitely make an argument for why the hell do you do that? Root and router versus route and router. In Dutch, you have a specific word for a one-man company. Doesn't English have that concept? So I'm not necessarily talking about, so you can have one person in a company. They still have to have different roles within that company that make up the company. This is one of those legal concepts that's a bit peculiar. But you have to treat yourself as two different people if you are a one person company. You are CEO, sometimes you're accounting officer as well. Not always accounting, sometimes you have an accountant to do that for you, but you have to separate yourself out into two legal entities, one being the director and the other one being the employed. So even though there are one people companies, and you would normally just refer to yourself maybe as self-employed, you can have a limited company and be self-employed. I've actually done it. Legally, you are still more than one person in terms of the company. You would say director, not director. We've been doing this for at least 5 minutes. Nobody's scored the obvious goal yet. Aluminium versus aluminum. Yeah, we were talking about this on Wednesday because we were playing Planet Crafter together. And the Americans were talking about the aluminum and Dina and I were talking about aluminium. Because the German is also aluminium. Tuesday versus Tuesday. Yes. And YouTube. You see, I can see dialects of both American and British where you would have the differences anyway. So I think those are actually within country as well as across the pond. I would always say YouTube, but I know that there are British dialects which would say YouTube. I know there are. And likewise, I could hear YouTube from, say, New York, the Bronx, that area, Jersey, and maybe YouTube from somewhere like Boston. I don't know, because I'm not quite as tuned in to American dialects as I am to British dialects. Aeroplane rather than airplane, like they're trying to claim it as the. But do you not have aerospace engineers, Grove? Is that not what Boeing described themselves as? The discipline is definitely aeronautics. But the point was not whether they were right or not. That wasn't the point. The point was whether your brain recoiled from it or not. Because it's absolutely valid for the different forms to be correct in different dialects. That was sort of what I was trying to get over. That it can absolutely be right in a different dialect and your brain still rebels about it. That's where I was trying to go with it anyway. Again, there's nothing wrong with being a Geordie and having particular pronunciations, Ghostly. Talking of which, do you like Sam Fender? I love his music so much. Right, I'm going to pack away the 18. Wipe my brush out on one of these larger areas. And then give it a clean. Uh-oh. Oh, I'd put my paper. So I've got some kitchen paper to wipe my brush. So I wipe the brush on an area to get most of the excess paint off. Then I wipe the brush on a piece of paper. Then I dunk it in the water, swish it around a bit, take it out and wipe it on the paper. Re-swish and wipe out until I'm sure that the pigment is out of the brushes, like the fibres of the brush. Right, I think I'm going to do 24 now, if I can find it on here. There we go. Because I can see that there are large areas of 24 all across the sky. We'll get quite a lot of sky filled in if I do 24 now. Of course, I immediately find the bit of 18 that I missed in the sky, now that I'm moving to 24. You've not listened to much Fender because he's from only 15 minutes away. I would say that that was an argument for listening to him, but what do I know? And now I need to wipe my hands because I just stuck my little finger in wet paint. So I tend to steady my hand by putting a little finger on the canvas. Which is not ideal if you do it in wet paint. %10 loss on any word is fine. Someone queried the name and the character claimed that the D is silent. You have a big problem with that, as you can hear the difference between Django and Django. Yes, I can as well. But this is like the Russian effect. So Russian language is not differentiated on the vowels in the way that we do. It's differentiated much more on the consonants. So they have different sounds, which, you know, Cyrillic is one thing, but if you put it into a Latin language, like the Latin alphabet, the TS, CS, CZ, TZ all have very different sounds to a Russian. Really difficult for a non-native speaker to learn, because the stress is on the consonants. And it's why in the opposite direction, Bodessa has problems with words that have similar syllables but different vowels, which is why he, you know, forsook became forsuck to him, because he has definite difficulty in hearing the difference between the two, you know, which was hilarious to us but not so hilarious to him, although he's always taken it in very good part when we've laughed at the problems he's had. Be right back. Okay, Ghostly. I find it quite funny that sayings get mangled because of mishearings and different accents. You were avoiding aluminium purposefully, maybe. I mean, I think with aluminium, I think the international standard is aluminium, but I also understand that, you know, it was named aluminum first. And then, you know, I think the standards board threw a bit of a fit and said, look, we have a standard here that you have chosen to willingly ignore. Could we please? So it came back to aluminium. Oh, I'm so sorry about my hair. Let me clip that back. I forgot that I took the clip off when I went from a break. That's better. You hadn't noticed that my hair was getting in front of the camera? I only noticed when I just looked up a moment ago. It's when I start reaching over this side, you know, I tend to want to lean forward. Because honestly, doing this at arm's length, not that easy. And something you wouldn't do if you weren't, you know, doing what I'm doing and painting on camera. You know, you'd park yourself right in front of it. You wouldn't paint at arm's length that I'm doing. Ridiculous things we do when streaming. I was saying to Pokey that I miss chat at times when I'm doing this because it's not actually easy to watch what you're painting and read chat at the same time. So it's fine if chat's moving slowly because I can look up and see what's going on. You make sure your hair is pulled back out of your face when you paint just because it's annoying to mess with. Well, I mean, there is that, but because my hair floofs, I don't need to move forward very far for the floof to get in the way of the camera. Because I have got the camera behind me. It's like over my right shoulder. I'm sort of crunched into a corner. So instead of sitting where I would normally in front of my computer, I'm off to the left-hand side. The camera is much more face on to where I would normally be sitting. So when I'm painting on the right-hand side of the canvas, I've got my arm fully extended, which, as I said, you wouldn't do it normally if you were doing this sort of work. I mean, you might if you were painting a room or something, but that's a slightly different scenario because you're trying to do a really large area. But yeah, if you were painting normally, you would not be painting with your arm over here somewhere. You'd just be directly onto something. I mean, from where I'm sitting, this is much more face on to where I am. And you can see that by the fact that my wrist is coming virtually straight upwards. You can see my hand is above my wrist, which is above my forearm. I know you can't see my forearm, but you can see wrist and forearm disappearing downwards. So painting on the left of the canvas is very much easier than painting on the right of the canvas for me at the moment. You could add text to speech for chat, but that would probably get out of hand quickly. That would undoubtedly get out of hand quickly. It's fine. I'm just explaining that, you know, why I have a tendency to lean forward when I'm working on the right-hand side of the canvas. Just because it's a bit of a stretch and not something you'd naturally do. It's a bit like, I mean, if you're not a streamer, you don't naturally talk all the way through a game either. But if you are a streamer, then you have to narrate your experience as well as talk to chat. It's just the way things are. I think it might have come across more whiny than I was actually being. I don't mind it. I'm just explaining myself, as it were. And I do worry about, you know, getting in the way of the camera when I'm painting. Because it's not a good experience for the viewer. I might only be, you know, a small community streamer, but I have my pride. I do try to do things in a sort of a semi-decent manner. It's a bit like you'll see me drink, but I very rarely eat on camera because I don't view it as something that I want people to watch. I don't want people to see. I don't want to watch other people eating. And I could see other people not wanting to watch me eating. So I tend not to do it. I will occasionally do it, but not very often. You're more worried about my shoulder and spinal alignment. Don't be worried about that. I'm actually sitting upright in an office chair. I might be squinched into a corner, but I've got my office chair in there, and I'm just my arm is just free to move across the entire canvas. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with my spinal alignment or anything like that. I'm actually very careful ergonomically. People might not realise that, but yeah, I have a proper office chair. And I mean, it's one of the reasons that I always take a break, because that 2 hours, 2.5 hours if I'm doing my short streams, you know, I need to get up and move and look after. And I will often go and do stretching exercises whilst I'm off camera. I will definitely jiggle myself so that, you know, I move everything. It's one of the reasons I always say when I go on break, you know, think about moving your body. Because sitting too still for any of us, not all that good for us. But I'm not twisting. I think that's what you're worrying about, maybe. What did you get caught doing, mate, Ghostly? Or are you just talking about Cade booping you? Oh, maligning Cade's typos. You know, I just think Cade's got fat fingers. Can't help the fat fingers. Maybe we shouldn't mock him for it. It's not mockery, it's gentle teasing. Hi, Roz! Thank you for the flowers. Not fat, just faster than the brain coordination is. I mean, to be fair, with British people, teasing is the way that you show that you care. We're only polite to people we don't like, or people we're unsure of. I mean, I should add that caveat in, because if we don't know people, we tend to be very polite. And it doesn't necessarily signify that we don't like them. But when we get more sure of them, we will throw in a joke to see if it'll be reciprocated. There's a lot of no yous going on. You're of the opinion that at this point, Kay just typos for the lulz, trying to come up with crazier and funnier typos all the time simply for our enjoyment. Potentially. Having said that, he typos all the time in DMs as well, so I don't know. I think he hits the enter button too quickly. I probably typo as much as Kate does, but I don't hit the enter button. I go back and correct them before I hit the enter button. I think that's the big difference. He's a bit too quick on the trigger with the enter button. I'm trying to look to see whether there's any more 24 to fill in. I can't see any, but the moment that oh, there's a bit there. Okay. I was about to say, the moment that I put my paintbrush in the water, I will see something. Oh well, we'll live with it now. Cleaning the paintbrush. Training us for Bletchley Park code breaking. That's probably a reference that not everybody in the world gets. So, Bletchley Park. Actually not a particularly long way away from me. But in World War II, Bletchley Park was where many people were situated, including Alan Turing, Tommy Flowers, and the other chap whose name I don't remember, but I really should because he was also equally pivotal in all this. Went off to live in Canada, the third chap. Can't think of his name. But there were also many radio operators. There were many people who were recruited via a cryptic crossword. And basically it was many cryptographers that were brought together to intercept communications during the war and decode them. They're known for the Enigma machine. There was another machine. I can't remember what the other machine was called. And actually understanding how they worked so that they intercepted communication. But Bletchley Park was also where the first electronic programmable computer was built. So it is a misconception that was built by MIT in the States. It's a valid misconception because the one in Britain was kept completely secret. It was developed during the war, It was called Colossus, and it remained completely secret all through the Cold War. Because they were still using it to code break through the Cold War. So they didn't let on that we had this programmable computer until the Official Secrets Act expired on it, which was very late, actually. I don't know when Colossus became public knowledge. Possibly Pokey could look it up for me. Whereas the one that was developed in the US was developed without all the secrecy. You know, and the one in the US was also developed independently, so it's not like they took the information about Colossus and then claimed it as their own. That would be unfair. They developed their own version. It just wasn't the first one. It was just the first publicly known one. Look what up, you were watching cricket on the telly. When Colossus was declassified. So you can visit Bletchley Park these days, and it's a very interesting place to go to, all about the code breaking during the war. But right next door is also a museum of computing. And I believe the Museum of Computing has a reconstructed Colossus in it. Mid-1970s. Tommy Flowers, your hero, absolutely. So Tommy Flowers is the telephone engineer that actually built Colossus. So Turing came up with a lot of the principles that needed to be used, but Flowers was the one that actually physically built the thing. Which was quite the feat because, as we've said, he had to invent it, basically, to do what Turing wanted it to be able to do. Who was the third person, Pokey? So there's Turing, there's Flowers, and there's one other who was absolutely pivotal. And I can't remember the name of the third. Even as recent as this year, there's new info coming up. Pokey and I've got a friend that works for GCHQ in Cheltenham. Sidney Broadhurst and William Chandler. That's not the person I'm thinking of, I don't think. Maybe. I don't think either of them is the person I'm thinking of, but... Bill Tutt. Bill Tutt's the one I was thinking of. But, you know, regardless of the sort of headliners, everybody who worked at Bletchley was an amazing person in their own right. And the interesting thing about Bletchley when it was actually functioning was that it was really non-discriminatory. Like, they had so many women at Bletchley Park who were highly respected. There were a lot of mathematicians that they recruited. And they'd basically have anybody on merit. I mean, Turing was famously gay. And I think whilst they were at Bletchley, there was very little pressure put on them to be conformists. It's only after the war ended that everything, you know, basically went to crap. Turing in particular was treated very shoddily. And they said ta-ta to any of the women that dared to get married, because how could you be a married woman and hold down a full-time job? That went on till like the 1960s, going to the 1970s. Didn't they publish logic puzzles in newspapers to get candidates? Cryptic crosswords, I believe, Pokey. But yes, they definitely published puzzles in newspapers to recruit people. I think it was put into the film. Whether it was logic puzzles or something, I'm not entirely sure. I know cryptic crosswords were one of the one of the methods. Because there are particular types of cryptic crossword clues which you need a certain mindset to decipher. I think there are a couple of comedians that set cryptic crosswords these days. I'm trying to think who, though. I think Dave Gorman's one that sets cryptic crosswords. But I think there are others as well. So candidates were selected for interview before they knew the gender of the applicants? Absolutely. Hi, Dan. We're talking code breaking during the war, so I can imagine that you would not be a candidate for code breaking during a war, Dan. I think your talents may lay elsewhere. We're talking about Bletchley Park in the UK. I'm trying to work out whether you were with me last time we went to Bletchley Park, Pokey. Did we take somebody to Bletchley Park that came to visit? I know I took Mum and Dad to Bletchley Park, so that's why I'm a bit fuzzy on have I been there with you. Yes, I've been there with you. Did we take somebody else with us? Might have been Sassy Lassie and Key Punch. Do you know, I think that rings a bell with me. I think it was Sassy Lassie and Key Punch. So Sassy Lassie and Key Punch were friends of ours from Kingdom of Loathing. Sassy Lassie was American and Key Punch was Dutch. And funny story, we're sort of not responsible, but we had a part in the story of them getting together. So we were very good friends with Sassy Lassie. Didn't know Key Punch anywhere near as well. And Sassy Lassie, as I said, American. She was going to have a vacation in Ireland. And she asked us if we could go across. And for whatever reason, we were both busy at the time. I don't remember what we were doing. But we were both busy. Might have been work, might have been something else. I don't remember. But when we turned her down, Key Punch said, well, I've got some vacation due to me. How would you fancy if I joined you? Which was supposed to be just a friend thing. And, you know, could well have gone on that. But, yeah, they got on out like a house on fire. They are now married, living in the Netherlands with child and a big fluffy dog. You read a book about the Navajo code talkers in World War II? That was fascinating, that using Navajo speakers, because the language is so unlike European languages. It does make you wonder how, you know, original settlers managed to communicate enough with, that we had Navajo to English translators. I've never read the book, by the way. I would probably be quite interested in it. I do know a little bit about, you know, Navajo being used. Also, is Navajo the correct name for the tribe these days? Because I know there's a big pushback these days in Native Americans wanting their own names for their nations to be used, rather than names they were maybe given by the English or the Spanish. So is that nation still known as Navajo, or do they have another name for their own people? Because Navajo sounds vaguely Spanish to me. It might not be, but this is another one of those things of trying to become more culturally aware. Let you Google it. Thank you, Dan. Sometimes the only answer is to Google. I would Google for myself if I wasn't, you know, streaming and all that sort of thing. Oh, sorry, my face keeps getting in the way again. Oopsie. Trouble is, I'm now down to the very little areas, so I'm going to have a sip of tea whilst I look at this and see whether I can find any more 25s lurking about. don't see them immediately. So let me clean this brush down. Navajo is not a Diné word, so it is the Diné nation, but they have kept the Navajo on grounds of it being confusing to non-Diné. Okay. So Navajo is not one that they object to. That's fine. I mean, there's a lot to unpack in all that sort of thing always. My default position is I will always endeavour to work with the will of the people directly affected. So if the Navajo, the previously Diné tribe that is now known as Navajo, is content to remain being called Navajo, then fine. But certainly I find myself moderating language. I have a few Native American friends. One of them very strenuously objects to the word savage, because it has been used as a slur against Native Americans. It doesn't necessarily have that connotation here, but I did think about it, and I thought about how it's been used by the English specifically in patronizing Indigenous peoples in various parts of the world by deeming them less than the noble savage. So it is a term that has been used to try and other people to justify in their own minds imposing our values upon them. Like imposing British values upon Indigenous peoples of other languages, of other nations and land masses. So, yeah. Savage is one of the words that doesn't come into my vocabulary very, very often. I am using it purely now to explain you know, how I thought about the word, and yeah. So I might say that somebody is brutal because that word does not have the same connotations behind it. Oh, welcome back, Curls. Both Boozer Bear and Medusa identify as Navajo, do they? Oh, interesting. Catherine doesn't, though, does she? She's from California. I can't remember the nation she belongs to. That's Catherine, as in Ricky. You don't recall her nation either. No, I don't. It's Northern California and in the mountains, I know, but... So I know the place, I don't know the name of her nation. I find it sort of fascinating that, you know, that game brought us such a diversity of friends. I hope all of the chores leaves you so that you can have a well-deserved rest now, Curls. I think I'm going to try and finish the sky off. So I've got 12, 15, 3, 9, 22. But I think I will start with 15 because that's got the biggest bits that need doing in it. You're sitting there trying to do the daily cryptic crossword and feeling a bit of a failure. I mean, being able to do a cryptic crossword is a lot about understanding how the clues were set. There's various different types of rules with cryptic crosswords. I could do them really well when I was young because I used to do them very frequently and I remembered the rules. So you get non-signposted anagrams. They're quite a big one. You'll get words hidden within the clue. That's another one. You'll get words which are used in an incorrect way. So, for example, if you have a clue about a flower, it might not be a flower, it might be a flower. And they're talking about a river. For example. That one just comes to mind as an example of how they misuse words sometimes. There's a lot of misdirection in cryptic crosswords. Used to do the Sunday New York Times crossword for fun and had no real trouble with it, but it's been a long time and it's giving you fits. Yeah, well, that was what I was about to say. I used to do them a long time ago, but younger clue setters have moved the goalposts with regards to how they construct the clues. And because I don't do them regularly anymore, I don't pick up the clues the way I used to. Although, I think Pokey's mum often does the cryptic crossword. And a number of times she's got stuck. And I've been round there and just picked it up and told her immediately what the answer is. And sometimes I'm just as stuck, so... This is actually a grey, but it's coming out giving an almost white look. Where I'm putting it on the canvas. It's been a long while since I sat down with the cryptic crossword, I have to be perfectly honest. Ordinary crosswords don't normally pose any challenge to me at all. And it's like, how fast can I write this in? Might cause me pause occasionally, but they don't really pose a huge challenge to me. Cryptics are much more challenging for me, but it's been a long while since, like, all the New York Times stuff is stuck behind a paywall for me, and honestly I am not going to bother to subscribe to the New York Times just for the puzzles. You're going to save your sanity and forget you ever heard about cryptic crosswords. Was that my fault because I was talking about them in regards to Bletchley, maybe? You thought, oh, I haven't done one of those for a while. Let me have a look at one. If so, I do apologise. You got two of the clues, you think? You don't think you'd heard of cryptic crosswords before today? Oh. Oh, so the crosswords you used to do were or ordinary crosswords? Yeah, they're very different. Cryptic crosswords and ordinary crosswords are very, very different beasts. I can't remember which, but there used to be a newspaper that published one crossword with two different sets of clues. So you could do it either cryptic or you could do it conventionally. And that was quite good for teaching you how to do the cryptic crosswords, because you could do the normal crossword and then you could back check against the cryptic to try and understand how the clue related to the answer. Regular ones, but the New York Times Sunday ones were huge and often more difficult. Yeah, even so, regular crosswords and cryptic are very, very different things. Now, I think there's a lot more small 15, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. I'm going to clean the brush and do 9 and 12 and 6 and probably finish out this sky area. Well, I say finish out. Get the majority of the sky finished, because I think that's a really nice place to end stream on, and I am coming up to end of stream. You started doing them, pissed your mum off because you'd do them before she could. See, my poor mum's dyslexic, so crosswords not her strong point. Not at all. Give her a maths problem, she's well away, but yeah, crosswords not a strong point. She's very, very late diagnosed dyslexic too, so she struggled on without help for a long, long time. But my word, I used to roast her for her spelling when I was little. I wouldn't do it now, but spelling always came easy to me, so, you know. Couldn't understand why mum couldn't do it. You're always rubbish at cryptic crosswords. You don't pick up on the cues, so the clues just work like word salad. Yeah. They are something that you can sort of be taught, cryptic crosswords. But you can only learn, you know, that particular, whatever person they're giving you as an example. You'll only learn that particular person's style of setting crosswords. Because, as I said, one of the interesting things about them is that they very much... you need to tune into the mind of the person setting the crossword. So you need to cross-train on about, you know, 15 to 20 different people before you really get a feel for doing all cryptic crosswords. But there are certain conventions within them. So that there are some cues that you can get to understand with time. That's where she got the mum stare from. Her mum staring at her when she'd done the crosswords that weren't hers to do. Most likely, yes. You know, I'm doing the paint by numbers on the sky. I might come back to change the sky eventually. Because I'm not overly happy with how it looks. It's a bit blobby. Thank God she didn't pass down the guilt tripping from Grandmama. I see the time, Pokey.
I wasn't here to remind you of the time. I'm looking at the sky. It was good to me.
Oh, okay. So, I think that's where I'm going to leave it. I will probably do just a little bit off stream. But, thank you all for being with me. Thank you to those of you who chatted. Thank you to those of you who lurked. Thank you to my mods as always. I'll be back tomorrow. Playing some chill Planet Crafter. I hope to see you then. I will raid Crip in a moment, but similar to last week, it's going to take me a little while to get the raid up because I will have to go to the end screen and then is that going in or is it going out? I don't know. Safe travels, Snowdrake. Have a lovely time on vacation. Yeah, I went completely the wrong way. I think that's all the way out. There we go. Was that the opposite? Oh. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. There we are. That's all the way out. That gives you a feel for what I'm up to. It is coming along nicely. It's looking good. Yeah. Hopefully, I've got most of the sky done. I'll do a little bit more, but yeah, I hope to see you again next week. It'll be a little time for the raid to kick in because I have to take the canvas down and get to the keyboard that's behind it in order to start the raid off. So, I hope to see you again soon. In the meantime, as always, be kind, be awesome.